Good afternoon and welcome to live severe coverage of Hurricane Milton. SevereStudios on YouTube featuring our SurgeCams. They are back and we are back. I'm Kory Hartman. It's about 3:15 Eastern Time and we have a lot going on here today with a major tornado outbreak that is ongoing across the Florida Peninsula right now. Conditions are getting worse and worse across the Florida Peninsula, and as you can see from our radar here, we are going to have the eye wall of Hurricane Milton, some of the outer eye wall going to be approaching the west coast of Florida, somewhere around Tampa Bay down to Sarasota, maybe as far south as Fort Myers again. And we're just watching where the center of Milton is. It almost looks like it took a little northward jog. So people in the Tampa Bay area still need to be watching this very closely. Right now, the biggest threat is tornadoes, and we have some crazy video to share with you from Lorida, Florida, or could be Lorida, Florida, right in the central part of the southern two-thirds, or southern third, I should say, of the Florida Peninsula in Highlands County. And this was shot by our own Jordan Hall not more than an hour ago. And here we are. This is drone footage from Jordan Hall as he captured this tornado basically northeast of the Lake Placid area. That's where this tornado touched down. This is one of multiple large tornadoes that have been ongoing across this region. And there's the video, and you're seeing it exclusively here on SevereStudios. Make sure you share this video. We would certainly appreciate if you would share our live YouTube video. Tell people they can open it on their YouTube app and put it up on the wall and all of those kinds of things. Hello to Starbright. Hello to Kathleen. Hello to Viking. Hello to Nancy. Hello to Steve. Hello to Mark in the chat so far here this afternoon. We will be taking you live as conditions warrant to our live cameras. We're already seeing gigantic waves coming in here in Captiva, Florida. Now, Captiva Island is off the coast. It's one of the barrier islands heading into the Fort Myers area. So Captiva Island is where this camera is. We've already seen major waves crashing in there. You can see them in the background, and you can see this, I guess it's some sort of a shack or house or cottage, or might even be a business. I'm not sure exactly. See some signs on the wall there, but I think there's going to be some pretty big problems as far as that building is concerned there. We also do have on one of the main drags in Florida, in Fort Myers Beach, we do have this other camera here. And again, these are from John Humphreys and SevereWeather.com, SVRweather.com. And this is right in Fort Myers Beach. You can see the winds are already cranking here in Fort Myers Beach. Some of these outer walls, there's Captiva right there, and of course Fort Myers Beach right down here. And so the winds are already coming in there at Fort Myers Beach. Now, where is the surge going to be? Of course, that's one of our biggest concerns with this is the storm surge. 12 to 15 feet of storm surge is possible with this. So let's talk about where that's going to be. We've already had a 51 mile per hour gust at the Naples Municipal Airport. We've had tornadoes that have touched down in and around the Cape Coral area. So again, as far as surge is concerned here, we are most concerned with what is to the right of the center of Milton. So let's go to the very latest frame and let's kind of drop a marker in here. And I'm going to say that little red dot right there is about the center of the eye of Milton. And then if we draw a line upward here toward the Sarasota, Bradenton, southern portions of Tampa Bay. Again, this if we have a little jog northward, we really have to be watching out here in the Tampa Bay area. But the point to all of this is whatever is to the right of the center of Milton as it comes into the Florida coast has the greatest potential for the storm surge. So I'm going to say that is anywhere here from the Longboat Key, Sarasota area, down through Venice, down through Manasota Key, Boca Grande, and of course into the Punta Gorda, Pineland, St. James, and Fort Myers Beach areas. That is where we are going to be the most concerned with that 12 to 15 foot storm surge. And again, one of our cameras here in Captiva is located right here on this barrier island just to the northwest of Fort Myers Beach on Captiva Island. That is our first camera up there. By the way, that is Surge 3. If you are following along, Surge 3 there in Captiva. Our camera in Fort Myers Beach is Surge 4 today. Our Punta Gorda cam at the top of your screen is Surge 5. And looks like we actually ended up with a double camera here. So we'll go ahead and we'll fix that, and we'll come back to that. When there's this many sources and this much going on, there's always the potential that we will bring up something that is incorrect. So let's bring up SurgeCam 6, which is actually what is in Venice, Florida. And that may have gone down, which may be why we ended up jumping over to the wrong camera. So let me just double check my locations and streams here. Yeah, it looks like 6 may be having a problem already, which isn't really surprising. And let me just make sure that I typed everything correct. There it is. All right, here we go. All right, so there we have all of the correct cameras that are up at the moment. So again, Surge 3 in Captiva, Surge 4 in Fort Myers Beach, Surge 5 in Punta Gorda, and Surge 6 in Venice, Florida. John is busy putting up additional cameras as we speak, but let's talk about some tornadoes, shall we? And let's go right to the radar, jump over here into Broward and Collier counties here in Florida. We're going to jump to the Miami radar and let that load. And this is a confirmed tornado here. Fortunately, it is to the west of the Fort Lauderdale metro area. It is going to be crossing over I-75 here. Multiple tornadoes have already crossed over I-75 this afternoon and this evening. We are going to probably have more, but this is a confirmed tornado here. And let's get the information on the proper part of the screen. A large and extremely dangerous tornado, confirmed large and dangerous tornado. With this is located over the Miccosukee Indian Reservation. Man, I hope I pronounced that properly. And it is moving north at 45 miles per hour, damaging tornado. Again, that is going to be crossing. It is crossing I-75 right now. There's the rotation. And we're going to get an update on this particular screen here in just a second. I believe that rotation is crossing I-75 right now. There is a one of those rest stops or information stops, gas stops right here along I-75. A couple tornadoes have already passed through this plaza area here. And it looks again like this tornado is crossing over I-75 right now. Let's see what else we got going on. Look at this. Look at this mess of tornado warnings over here. Port St. Lucie. Port St. Lucie, you should be in tornado shelter. Another confirmed tornado here. Confirmed tornado located near Indiantown, which is right here. And it is moving north at 40 miles per hour. These are not nice, slow-moving west to east tornadoes. These are confirmed tornadoes. Lots and lots of lightning going on. Wait until the lightning turns on. There you go. We've got one there, one there, one there. That's just in the last 2 minutes. 3 cloud to ground lightning strikes and about 15 in the last 5 minutes or so. So that is a very strong supercellular tornado that is being spawned by the outer bands of Hurricane Milton. Let's go to the velocity. We can't see the velocity. Let's see. There is some radar anti-aliasing problems going on here. So let's see if we can jump to a different radar. I'm going to put it back on the Miami radar just because we cannot see what's happening there. And this is anti-alias the other way. There we go. So right in here is where your tornado is going to be, just northeast of Indiantown. Very, 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 very dirty radar here. But this is going to be in Martin County. This is Martin County and southern St. Lucie County in Florida once we get up here closer to Port St. Lucie. There's already been tornadoes here. About an hour ago, there was a tornado that basically took this exact same path. About an hour and a half ago, this exact same path here, a tornado flipped a truck on Interstate 95. And so this is just a repeat here. And again, the rotation is going to be coming together right here where these reds and greens, a little bit hard to see here because we're far away from the radar. However, let's go back to the radar here, and I'm going to switch back to, I'm not sure where this is the Melbourne radar that we're pulling up here, because you can actually see kind of the hook echo here. The center of the tornado is going to be right there, just northeast of Indiantown. And again, it's coming through Martin County. It's going to come up here toward I-95, almost exactly where a tornado passed through 90 minutes ago. And it's just a repeat of what we're going to see. All right, let's see who all we've got here. Isla Attack is in Naples. Good luck to you, Isla. Wes is in here. Chris is in here. Dylan, Harry, and Rob. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in here today. And 120 people. We got to do better than that. So if you can share this, please. We are going to be broadcasting probably for the next 12 to 15 hours. 12 to 15 hours as Hurricane Milton comes in. Now, there are just dozens of other tornado warnings going on. Here's one near Kenansville. That tornado is going to be, right there. There might be two tornadoes there. We could have a tornado here. We could have a tornado here. There are so many warnings on the screen that, man, you almost can't see everything. So I'm going to do that. So there's your main tornado. This may have been an earlier tornado or another one that's developing. Trying to get my bearings here as everything, of course, is moving from south to north. So that actually looks like a right-left split. So we've got the mature tornado here, possibility of another tornado here. And again, this is east of Kenansville, Florida. Confirmed tornado here, multiple tornado warning boxes. Red is a tornado warning. The pink is a confirmed tornado warning. This is southwest of the Melbourne, Florida area. Okay, so this is back to the rain falling here. You can see the hook echo that there's your damaging tornado. That looks like we've got debris. Yes, we do. So there's your tornado. We've got a debris ball here to the east of Kenansville. East of Kenansville, we've got a pretty sizable debris ball here. Tornado just leaving this pink confirmed tornado warning box as it travels to the north. And I think I was right. We had this original tornado down here near Yeehaw Junction. This is right along US 441. So that's your original tornado from a little while ago. This was 10 minutes ago. And then I bring the radar forward and we have a new tornado that is spun up right here and is doing damage. So there are two damaging tornadoes here on either side of Kenansville, Florida. Stormchaser Nick Stewart heading on up toward Kenansville right now. He is on 441 and he's going to see what he can see. Okay, so there may have actually been three in here, or three separate circulations at one time. But anyway, here's your mature tornado. Reds and greens, very bright, very close together. As we look at correlation coefficient, we're actually a little bit ahead here. So the CC, which shows the debris, is actually a little bit ahead of the velocity. So I don't know, some crazy radar things going on here this afternoon. This storm is, well, let's talk about it. From Kenansville, outer edge of the circulation is only about 2.2 miles to the east of Kenansville, Florida. And so they are just going to let that ride with this. Okay. With this tornado warning here, they haven't made it a confirmed tornado warning yet, but we actually have 2 tornadoes on the ground here right now, east and northeast of Kenansville, Florida. Here's your first rotation. Here's your second rotation. And as we turn on correlation coefficient, we've got a big debris ball here. Debris falling out of the air over here, it looks like, from an earlier tornado, and now a new tornado right here, just getting going. It's on the ground. It is causing damage. 2 tornadoes, and these tornadoes, by the way, are less than 3 miles apart. 2 tornadoes less than 3 miles apart here in Kenansville, Florida, in the Osceola County area. Could be Osceola, but I think that's Iowa. I believe this is Osceola County here in Florida is how you pronounce that. So 2 tornadoes ongoing, bigger one here, more mature storm here, but this one just on the ground and just getting going. And again, that looks like it is from a possible storm merger or split or something, but you can clearly see the 2 hooks. Here's your new hook. Here's your occluding hook. So 2 hook echoes here and 2 tornadoes currently on the ground at the same time. Paulo checks in the chat. He's in Brazil. He's got lots of friends and relatives living in Florida. He says he's concerned. He's wishing the best. And of course, everyone is wishing the best and is very concerned about Hurricane Milton coming in here. I'm going to do some Twitterage here. I'm going to repost this. Yep, 2 significant tornadoes ongoing from the same supercell. This is from Brian Wilson on Twitter. Let's go ahead and see what he's seeing here. There you go. So two significant tornadoes ongoing on radar right now. He's got a little better color palette than I do, so that's great. You can see you got the smaller tornado here, possibly a bigger tornado now here, the stronger one. It's handed off. It's handed off. It's cycling, and they're cycling with 2 tornadoes on the ground at the same time. Just an amazing ongoing thing. If the Cat 3-ish tornado or hurricane wasn't bad enough, how about we throw some strong, significant tornadoes in on top of it? All right, and that's exactly what we've got going on here, and they have now made this a pink box. So let's read what we've got going on. Confirmed tornadoes near Kenansville, Florida. This is a tornado warning until 4 p.m. Eastern for southwestern Brevard and east central Osceola counties. Confirmed tornado near Kenansville moving north at 30 miles per hour. Confirmed by radar, and you can confirm it yourself just by doing that. We've got debris here, and we have debris here. There's actually 2 tornadoes ongoing. This one's going to dissipate, thankfully, because it's closer to a populated area. But this one over here is just getting going, and it has the potential to head on up here toward maybe Deer Park or Holopaw. Deer Park and Holopaw. This is Osceola County in Florida. Just an amazing thing going on right now. Debris ball getting rolling here, and that's gonna rip up some turf. Places impacted include areas east of Kenansville, Forever, Florida, and Deer Park. Again, a tornado on the ground, according to the National Weather Service in Melbourne, Florida. And again, that's moving. These storms are moving in a northwesterly direction. I'm going to have to get that right here today. Northwesterly, because it's all wrapping around the hurricane. Here's a wide view. Center of Hurricane Milton is out here, and these storms, these bands are all wrapping. Let's put it in motion. You can see the direction that everything is moving, and these are basically, two glorified fronts here, and there's a ton of spin in the atmosphere, and we've had some big tornadoes here today, including ones that were caught by our own Stormchaser Jordan Hall, and this was about an hour ago here, I guess. I don't know. You lose all track of time. Let's see here. This was around 1:15 Eastern time. 1:15 Eastern time in central portion of Florida. Let me bring that up properly here. In Highlands County. Highlands County, northeast of Lake Placid. Highlands County, northeast of Lake Placid. Big tornado. Lots of debris in the air. Trees in the air. And this was shot from Jordan Hall's drone. And Jordan was very, very, I wouldn't say surprised, but a little bit shocked to see something like this. Power flashes going on there. Big debris in the air. You can see it circling around this tornado. And again, this is about an hour and a half, hour 15 ago or so, in Highlands County, Florida. Okay, so that was earlier. Now we are back to right now with lots of tornado warnings going on. We've got confirmed tornado warnings here on the east side of Florida. All right, let's take a look here at just a few things. I don't want to miss anything that we've got going on. I want to go over to my personal Twitter, which is at Kory Hartman, by the way. And I want to retweet the coverage that we are doing. A little behind the scenes here. I got to do a few things on my phone, a few things on the tweet deck, a few things on Facebook. I've got to do a Facebook post. If you do want to follow along with us on Facebook, you can do so. Facebook.com, just search for SevereStudios Stormchasers. Or if you want the direct link, it is SevereStudios and the number 2. SevereStudios and the number 2, and you will find it. So, again, we are at a Cat 4. Cat 4 on the Saffir-Simpson scale. We are at, I believe, 130 miles per hour. Actually, yep, that just makes it a Category 4, 130 miles per hour. So don't get caught up in Cat 5, Cat 4, Cat 3. It's a major hurricane. Major storm surge will be coming in. If you have not evacuated where you've been told to evacuate, you're basically out of time. Gas is scarce. Roads are going to be clogged. It's already raining. There's already tropical storm force winds onshore from the Tampa Bay area southward to Cape Coral. So there's already going to be trees coming down. There's going to be obviously tornadoes, not quite as close to the center as the outer edges, the eastern side of the Florida Peninsula, where we're seeing all these tornado warnings right now. But power lines are already swinging. The trees are already blowing. And again, a tropical storm force gust at the Naples, Florida airport about 45 minutes to an hour ago. And it's not going to get any better. So at this point, your best bet, if you haven't left, is to shelter in place, find places that won't be affected by the 15-foot storm surge. Okay, there's going to be a lot of storm surge happening with Milton. Let's take a look at the map here. See if I can Let's see here. Let's go and do this, and we'll do this, and we'll do this. Okay, here's the storm surge forecast. That is not credit Jordan Hall. It's credit National Hurricane Center. And if you look right here, 9 to 13, whoops. If you look right here where I took it off the screen, 9 to 13 feet from the south side of Tampa Bay, Longboat Key kind of area down to Boca Grande, Anna Maria Island to Boca Grande. That is where 9 to 13 feet. This is the very latest storm surge forecast from about an hour ago from the Hurricane Center. And I'm going to just make that a little bit bigger so it's easier to see. Okay. So that's, I bet I can go in even one more. There we go. So that's what we're talking about. 8 to 12 feet in the Tampa Bay area, 9 to 13 feet as we head down the coast a little bit, 8 to 12 feet Boca Grande to Bonita Beach, 5 to 8 feet south of there. Okay. 9 to 13 feet of surge is nothing to mess around with. Hopefully you have left if you were told to do so. And 3:40 p.m., Kory Hartman broadcasting live from beautiful sunny Madison, Wisconsin. Far, far away and safe from Hurricane Milton. But if you are in the path, we, of course, wish you nothing but the best. And we hope that you get through it. We hope that you've done what you needed to do. And we are going to bring you these cameras as the surge comes in. What you're seeing here on Surge 3 right now. Here on Surge 3 from Captiva, that's just water coming in from the waves. I mean, look at those waves in the background. Those waves in the background are just absolutely crazy. This is a remote camera that's been strapped to a pole on Captiva Island by John Humphreys and SVRweather.com. I'm going to remember this broadcast to drink water. I'm going to remember to eat too, so I don't pass out and fall right out of my chair. So if you want to donate to the water fund, the coffee fund, or the lunch fund, go ahead and do that. All right, who do we got in the chat? Hello, everyone. Everybody in the chat, check in, by the way. Check in, do the likes and the subscribes and all of those things. There we go. Likes and subscribes. We appreciate it. Go ahead and do that. Everybody, let me know where you're watching from. I know we've got we got Brazil in here. I know we've got Naples, Bluffton, South Carolina. I've got some friends over there in Bluffton area. Tony and a bunch of other people over there. So thanks for tuning in, South Carolina. Of course, our thoughts and everything are still with the people in the Carolinas and Georgia and everyone that was affected by Helene, which to me seems like a couple days ago, but I guess it was a week and a half, 2 weeks ago already. But yeah, Helene and the crazy amount of flooding from the rain and the tropical system and the mountainous areas and, whatever it was, a foot of rain or 15 inches of rain, that 30 inches of rain that fell in those mountainous areas. It's got to go somewhere. It goes through the valleys. It goes through the 1,000-year flood zones. And that's just a way of describing the possibility of flood water coming through your area. 1 in 1,000 chance, and we had it. All right, so again, Tony's from South Carolina. We've got Harry from Maine. Thanks, Harry. Make sure you share this. Paulo's from Brazil. We said hi to him a little bit earlier. Thank you for joining us, Paulo. We appreciate it. Don from Maryland. Kathleen is from Long Island, New York. Hope all is well there. Gavin from Ireland. Thank you for checking in. Nettie in Devon, England. Thank you. Mark. Hey, Mark. How's it going? Long time no see. And thanks for checking in Stephenville, Texas. Yep. A lot of storm chasers pass through Stephenville in the tornado season. Judy is also on Long Island. So Kathleen and Judy, hello, hello. And Roy from the UK, from Liverpool. All right. Very good. Lynette from Colorado. All right. Thank you all for coming in. And Mark with the first super chat of the day. Thank you, Mark. Norwich, Connecticut. Our coffee fund is underway. Right now I'm doing water. I had a lot of coffee this morning. So, a lot of coffee this morning. So I'm doing good on coffee for a little bit, but I will need it here in a few hours. But right now, water. Yes. All right. So, we better talk about some tornadoes again here, because our tornado map, we're down a few tornadoes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 tornado warnings. We had about 20 tornado warnings going on at the same time before. And thankfully we don't have that going on at the moment. By the way, we do have audio from these cameras, by the way. Yep. So, live audio from Captiva and Fort Myers and Punta Gorda and Venice, Florida. And that's just the first 4. I think we've got another 4 that are going out. So we'll be talking about those and watching them and listening to them. Again, there's water on the Captiva cam, but that's just from waves so far. There's already been reports of water on roadways in and around the Tampa Bay area, so there is some surge happening. Saw a tweet from, or an X post, I don't even know what you call it anymore, but anyway, I saw a post on X from the Tampa, Florida Police Department, and there was already some surge on some streets in the Tampa Bay area. Well, let's talk about tornadoes here for just a little bit as we come up toward 4 o'clock. Again, Kory Hartman here, and Tony, oh my goodness, thank you for the $20 super chat. We always appreciate it. Tony, you're the best. Coffee and water and maybe a sandwich. That sounds great. Let's see here. The Polish Drunk. Okay. Salt Lake City, Utah. Thanks for joining us from Utah. Lived for 28 years in Lakeland. 28 years in Lakeland. Well, thank you, TPD, and thank you for coming in here to join us. All right, tornadoes. You see all of these icons here, but this is actually from 2 different storms, an hour to 90 minutes apart, and both produced tornadoes almost exactly in the same area, right along I-95 here, southwest of Port St. Lucie, Florida. Let's see what we've got going on right now. Well, a couple different areas that could be... Yeah, we had a pretty tight couplet there at the bottom of your screen. Then things have separated out a little bit. Not seeing any debris. Not really seeing anything that fires me up here too much at the moment. All right. But let's read the warning anyway. Tornado warning remains in effect until 4 p.m. Eastern for southeastern St. Lucie and north central Martin counties. At 3:34, so this was a while ago, about 15 minutes ago, a confirmed tornado was located near Palm City, moving straight north at 35 miles per hour. And at the time, it was on the ground. And Port St. Lucie area, the greater Port St. Lucie area, you need to be in shelter at this time. And just check in. Yeah, we'll talk about Northern Lights as well. There's been some crazy auroras going on recently, sunspots and coronal ejections and things happening with our sun heading toward Earth, and some amazing northern lights in the northern latitudes the last few days. I was lucky enough to see some myself. We'll talk about that. Let's see here. A few things. FEMA's got people on the ground already, including 1,400 search and rescue, 400 ambulances, 60 high water vehicles, and 20 helicopters are already on scene in Florida. Let's see. As of a little while ago, we had 53 tornado warnings already today. 53. Wow. Look at that. This is from NWS Miami on Twitter. This is the number of tornado warnings so far today, but this was actually as of 45 minutes ago. As of 45 minutes ago, and there's been more, this is how many warnings have been issued between the Weather Service Tampa Bay, Weather Service Miami, and Weather Service Melbourne. So we're probably up closer to 55, maybe 60 tornado warnings already today. So that is just crazy stuff going on. Okay, let's see. Let's go back to our other confirmed tornado because it's doing crazy stuff here. Where is it? Over here near Deer Park. Deer Park and Holopaw. This is west of Melbourne. What is going on here? We've got no debris now. Looks like both of those tornadoes have dissipated. Let me move this into the center of your screen here. So as I back up a little ways, we had 2 tornadoes. Looks like those have both dissipated now. So there's some good news. Doesn't mean it won't hand off and do it again, because look at this hook here. Look at this hook here. If I lived along 192 between Holopaw and Deer Park, I'd be very concerned. Okay, west of Melbourne, right along 192, US 192. So that's a concerning signature there. We've got tornado warnings all over the place, We've had a 66 mile per hour wind gust just from this thunderstorm here in Vero Beach. 66 gust in Vero Beach. And then all these tornadoes down here that we talked about, and a new tornado warning, confirmed tornado. And for some reason, I can't click on what I want to click on here. Let's go to the Broward County area. I always get my Browards and Brevards mixed up. Okay. I mean, I'd be watching this storm here that'll be coming up to Weston, but this is the one they say has got a confirmed tornado on it. Okay, so this is north central Broward County, south central Palm Beach County. And this is until 4:15 p.m. Tornado warning. Confirmed tornado located near mile marker 30 on Alligator Alley, 17 miles west of Sunrise, moving north at 45 miles per hour. This was just a little bit ago. Confirmed tornado here. See if we can find it. Not sure exactly where it is, but somewhere in this region right here. This is going to be heading on up toward US 27. US 27 west of Coral Springs. There's no towns in here. Got to get some better towns on the old map. All right, so there's what we've got going on. Milton over here. Lots of Stormchasers out and about. If you want to check them out, we've got Heather Carter, Chris Hall, Max Archer, and they are all in the greater Tampa area, and they are waiting for this Hurricane Milton to come on in. Pressure up a little bit to 948 millibars, moving northeast at 16. Expected to drop to a Cat 3 here before landfall sometime after 8 p.m. tonight. Maximum winds right now at 130 miles per hour. Again, that just makes it a Cat 4. Expected to decrease to a Cat 3. Still going to be a Cat 1 when it emerges on the east side of Florida around 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. And there are threats on the east coast of Florida as well. Right now, the official path of the storm takes it pretty much right into the Sarasota area. The beautiful Sarasota area, I might mention. Spent a few years at some conferences, some broadcasting conferences in the Sarasota area. Absolutely gorgeous, Longboat Key, and man, we really hope for the best here. Right there's Longboat Key. I think it's safe to say that we're gonna see some impacts. We're already seeing very heavy rain in that area, but we are gonna see this, the northeast eye wall. And that thing sure looks like it's making more of a northerly jog right now. More of a northerly jog is worse for the Tampa Bay area because of the storm surge. Anything to the right of the center, and I think the center is going to be right there, that little dot I just put on there. Let me get rid of that. Let me just look at this a little bit more. Yeah, I think your center is going to be right about here. So this little red dot that I just put here on the screen. Let's take the screen just a little bit bigger. There you go. Again, don't forget, on YouTube, you can put this up on your Roku TVs and things. Download the YouTube app on your TV and put this full screen. And you can watch me and watch that and do all those things. Of course, the best is if you can go right to youtube.com. Okay? Stormchaser Jordan Hall checking in. He says, here's a burger, Tubbs. All right. Thank you, my friend. Krabby Patty meal. Yeah, we got Krabby Patties at Wendy's, I think. I think so. Something like that, anyway. So thanks, Jordan. Thanks for the burgers. James, hello. Mark, hello. Chungo, hello. Everybody say hi to Jordan Hall. Everybody say hi, Jordan. Lisa, 1999. Is that how much Krabby Patty meals are? They probably are. Thanks, Lisa. Thank you for the super chat here today. Really appreciate it. What is happening here? Hold on, I gotta check something out. Wow. Edgar O'Neill on Twitter with some crazy video. Look at this. Let's see here. There we go. Yeah. All right. That is from Edgar O'Neill WX on Twitter. Actually, he just reposted it. That's from a local news reporter, which is from a viewer video. See, this is what happens. This is what happens. That was from St. Lucie County, Florida. It was reposted and reshared and reshared and reposted. But that's from CBS 12 in West Palm Beach. A reporter there shared a viewer video. They did not give credit to the viewer who shot it, unfortunately. So we can't either. We can't either. All right, let's see what else is happening. We'll give you... There's the wider view of Milton and the Florida Peninsula. Braden checking in. Hi, Braden. How are you? Thank you. Like this, share this, please. Like this and share this, please. Again, everybody say hi to Jordan Hall. And if you missed it earlier, Jordan had some amazing video. Yeah, check that out. Debris flying through the air. That was from Highlands County, Florida. Northeast of Lake Placid. Highlands County, Florida. Northeast of Lake Placid. Big tornado. Big tornado moving through. I don't know if that had any audio. It's drone video, so no, I don't think there was any audio to be had there. It is 3 o'clock Central, 4 p.m. Eastern on the dot. You are watching live continuous severe weather coverage from SevereStudios.com. I'm Kory Hartman. Thank you for being here. Again, we appreciate it if you like and share this video. We are going to be bringing you exclusive pictures and videos from our Stormchasers on the ground. And we have a few of them out there right now. We've got Jordan Hall, we've got Heather Carter, we've got Chris Hall, no relation. And Jordan is driving right now. He's got a lot of rain, outer rain band that he's driving through, chasing tornadoes right now. And let's see if we can... Yeah, sure we can do this. There we go. Here's Jordan Hall's live feed going on. And it looks like Jordan... Try to see where Jordan is here. Kind of in the same area. It looks like it's still Hillsborough, or Highlands County, Highlands County, Florida. He's got rain, he's driving. Jordan is in the process of uploading a longer YouTube video, and we will check that out. Eric says when you see a video with pieces of other houses in orbit around it, you never forget it. Or when you see a tornado, I guess he's saying. When you see a tornado with pieces of other houses in orbit around it, you never forget it. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree. All right, so again, we're watching some pushes of water coming in here. You can see some water pushing in. I think that's still wave action. I don't think that's surge yet here from Captiva. I think that is still just waves. Eric said the tornado he saw was from his front porch several years ago. Where was that at, Eric? That sounds amazingly scary. I don't like tornadoes near my house. I like chasing tornadoes. Take you back to our quad box here, and we'll listen to the wind for a bit. This is live audio from Captiva, Florida. All right, I wanted to hear what you guys were hearing, but I had something plugged in wrong. So now I can hear what's going on these cameras. So, people asking if it's storm surge. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on here. Let's look at these cameras here. I mean, there's definite wave action coming in. This might be storm surge here at Fort Myers Beach. This might be surge coming in right now. Again, God, just like 2 years ago. This might be surge coming in right now at Fort Myers Beach. This is SurgeCam 4. Look at the bottom of the picture there. That looks like storm surge coming in right now. We'll have to see if it continues its surge. Goodness gracious. All right, back to Eric's story here. Back to Eric's story. He said, High Point, North Carolina. He saw a tornado from his front porch several years ago. Before getting to the cellar, it touched down, and pieces of other houses were in orbit around it. It was right near Eric. And he says they charged admission at the end of the road for rubberneckers. I believe that. Alex says they said there would be a couple of tornadoes when Milton hits. Well, there's been way more than a couple. There's been at least a dozen confirmed tornadoes, and possibly more. There's been about 60 tornado warnings today. The Captiva SurgeCam has a building in it. It's called the Mucky Duck Restaurant. Actually, that is exactly correct. And I knew that had I actually looked at the notes from John. These SurgeCams, courtesy of SVRweather.com and John Humphreys. And you are indeed correct. Winds are now down to 125 miles per hour. That does drop it to a Category 3. That is as of the 4 p.m. Eastern Time update, Cat 3 now. 5 miles per hour isn't going to make that much of a difference, though. Look at the surge come in. Here we are. Surge coming in at Fort Myers Beach. I'm going to get that over onto our coverage on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. And I mean, that certainly looks like surge coming in. I can't tell 100% for sure, but that sure looks like surge coming in because I haven't seen it. Slow down. That could just be from waves. Yeah, that could just be from waves coming in, but that sure looks like storm surge to me. What do you guys think? Alex asks, when do you think the storm surge is going to come? I think this might be it right now. Unfortunately. I think this might be happening right now. In Fort Myers Beach. All of this onshore flow happening here. And I think we might be getting the surge already again in Fort Myers Beach. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. Just like Ian. If that is surge, it's just like Ian. And I hope it's not as high as we saw with Ian. So again, Hurricane Milton is now down to 125 mile per hour, Category 3, strong Category 3, borderline Category 4. Still expected to do some additional weakening as it comes in. But I would not let a 5 mile per hour drop in wind speed convince you that this is somehow lesser of a hurricane, because it is still a very strong hurricane, very powerful, decent size hurricane that is making its way in now. So a couple things here to talk about and think about. The official hurricane track path for Milton has it still going, basically the center of the storm going towards Sarasota. But just in the last hour or so, it has definitely made a northward wobble. And now it seems like maybe it's going to try to traverse northeasterly again. So we gotta watch these little wobbles here and there to make sure that we are tracking this. Right now, we still think it's going to come right on up toward the Sarasota area. I'm going to do something here on the screen. I'm going to put Sarasota. On the screen at all times. There we go. Take Bradenton off. Not that we don't love you in Bradenton, but we want to be a little bit more in line with Sarasota here. So this is 100 miles center of the storm. This is the center of the storm. Is 100 miles northwest of Fort Myers and 100 miles southwest of Tampa. So basically, those are the places it can go. Fort Myers, Tampa, or in between. And that's where the biggest storm surge is going to be as well. We've got an update coming in from the Storm Prediction Center. We'll bring you that here in just a minute. As far as I can tell on the Punta Gorda cam as well, that water is flowing toward the camera. That water looks like it's flowing toward the camera, so that would definitely be surge coming in there as well. So there's Captiva Island, but there's Fort Myers Beach, and again, that could be from waves, but it sure looks like it's surge. And whoops, I did not mean to do that. I apologize. Just need to update a couple of things here. Fort Myers Beach had a 68 mile per hour gust. 68 in Fort Myers Beach. Again, maximum sustained winds now down to 125. 100 miles west of Fort Myers, 100 miles southwest of Tampa. So tropical storm force winds are ongoing, and we are at 125 miles per hour, according to the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. So again, we're watching SurgeCam 4 here. I'm going to go ahead and put numbers on these so we know. So I don't get lost in the sauce here. And again, we've got an update from the Storm Prediction Center here about the tornadoes. Let's just talk about this real quick. Here's the latest discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Tornado threat is continuing across this region here. And I knew that was going to happen. But I want to read what they have to say. Tornado threat continues across east central and southeastern Florida. A strong tornado or two remains possible. Supercell thunderstorms continue to produce tornadoes across east central and southeastern Florida. And all signs point to a strong tornado is possible, especially over the next few hours until the sun goes down. So again, tornado threat continues here across portions of Florida. And again, we're watching Surge 4 in Fort Myers Beach. 4 for Fort Myers. 4 for Fort Myers Beach. Someone says, does anybody remember Hurricane Ian's Cam 9? Of course we remember Surge 9. 15 feet of storm surge in Fort Myers Beach last time, and Surge 9 was an absolute trooper. Alex says, family members in Wildwood, Florida. Do we have any St. Petersburg or Tampa cameras? We do not at this time. Sam says, we found your channel during Hurricane Ian and found it interesting. He's starting to learn about hurricanes at school. His son is starting to learn about hurricanes at school. Thanks, Sam. I don't know if this is surge. This might just be from waves on Surge E4. I don't know for sure. It's completely possible that this is surge coming in to Fort Myers. The whole road is almost covered in water. So it might be. Fort Lauderdale, we're having wind and rain, says Craig. Wind and rain. Alex is asking about surge, so let's talk about surge. Okay. Oops. Let's go ahead and do that button. Okay, let's talk about surge. This is the National Hurricane Center official surge forecast. Okay? So, in the Tampa Bay area, 8 to 12 feet of surge, especially if we wobble it all. If we wobble it all to the north, greater threat for surge in Tampa Bay. Okay, but 8 to 12 feet of surge. Then 9 to 13 down the coast from Anna Maria Island to Boca Grande. Anna Maria Island to Boca Grande is where we could see 9 to 13 feet. Okay, Fort Myers area down to Bonita Beach, Bonita Springs area. That is 8 to 12 feet. 8 to 12 feet of surge possible from Boca Grande down to Bonita. And south of that, back to 5 to 8. Okay, so it's quite possible that we are seeing surge come in here. It hasn't stopped. It's flowing in. It's flowing in. We've got chunks of trees and things blowing in here from waves at Captiva, at the Mucky Duck. The Mucky Duck, Captiva, Florida. That's where this camera is. And the waves are bringing in debris. Okay, so surge is a real thing here. Surge is a real thing. All right, let's see what else is going on here. So Hurricane Milton, again, is going to continue to wobble around. We've got another confirmed tornado going on. Port St. Lucie area. Let's do a little tornado action here. So many boxes on the screen, so many icons, so little time. Damage along US 1, business signs destroyed, some structural damage. Branches, damage to a home. That all happening here in the Stewart area. But any one of these supercells here could produce a tornado. This could produce one, this could produce one. This one has produced a tornado. Back up to 11 tornado warnings here. All the way from just outside of Orlando, all the way down to just outside of Miami. Okay, so we've got the tornado action for sure. So again, we've weakened from a Category 5 this morning, now down to a Category 3. And Heather Zahn on Twitter, senior meteorologist at the Weather Channel, says Katrina also peaked at a Category 5 and made landfall as a Category 3. So things are just getting going here. But again, we have to watch as the center of this storm here. Got to watch it as it jogs. It's gonna do these kind of numbers, little jogs to the west or east, are going to cause big changes here in Tampa Bay. Anything on the right side of this hurricane is going to be onshore flow, pushing water into Tampa Bay and into the shoreline here from the Sarasota Longboat Key area all the way southward. So this is your worst storm surge zone here, Sarasota County. Sarasota County. Sounds like we already have the power outages going on the upward here. Yes, we do. That's on the east side, believe it or not. Already almost 100,000 customers without power in Florida. Almost 100,000 customers without power in Florida already. Indian River County, though, on the east side of the peninsula, has the most power outages right now. And that's according to poweroutage.us. Poweroutage.us. You can check it out for yourself if you want to. And what happened here? Something crashed on me. Oh, YouTube. YouTube did. Someone asks if we have any Sarasota cameras. We could not get back up I-75 to get cameras deployed there. No gas, travel problems. We could not get back up to the Sarasota area. Craig asks, when you talk about surge levels, you're referring to height. Yeah, that's how much water over the top of you there could be. So again, here in Captiva, that is still looking like that is waves. The water coming in from waves, because it ebbs and flows. Comes in, goes down, kind of goes back out a little bit. That is different from what we're seeing at Fort Myers Beach. It's a little bit different here. At the bottom of the screen, this looks like surge water coming in. It has not stopped for the last, I don't even know how long. It has not stopped for the last probably 40 minutes, 45 minutes. You'll have to tell me in the chat. When did we start seeing the surge come in on 4 here? But that definitely looks like surge. Definitely looks like winds are picking up. We've had reports of gusts over 60 miles per hour on the west coast of Florida already, of the Florida Peninsula here. So I'm seeing chunks of debris here on Surgy 4. Palm fronds are coming in with this water. So it's my best estimation here that we're already seeing surge water in Fort Myers Beach, like Ian, again. Thanks, Anita. About 45 minutes ago. Yep. You kind of lose all sense of time when you're doing this coverage like this. Okay. Almost up to 300 viewers. We got to get more. We got to get more. I would appreciate it if you subscribe and do the notification deal, but also share this. Okay, I would greatly appreciate it if you would share this video. Thanks to everyone who is in the chat here. Alex, Sam, and Chungo, and Wes, and Chloe. Chloe asked about Sarasota cams. We don't have any just at the moment. Where is it going? Well, I can show you where it's going. Let's give you the official forecast here. And we're close enough now that we can turn the center line on. Okay, I'm just setting it up for you here since you asked for it. Let's see, I've got something's messed up here. Hold on a second. I've got to turn off something. There we go. All right. Ready for prime time. Okay. So we've got tropical storm force winds here. That's what this outer ring is here. So we've got tropical storm force winds that are already on shore. Tampa, St. Pete, down to Cape Coral. Okay. And then we've got hurricane force winds here in the yellow and major hurricane force winds here in this kind of, I don't know, burnt orange color or whatever this is. So this right here is saying that the forecast is for the winds to stay at 135 miles per hour for about the next 12 hours here. For the next 12 hours here, we're going to be at 130 knots or so. 125 mile per hour sustained, gusts over 150. It's those gusts that you have to worry about, okay? Gust to 150. Don't worry about the sustained winds. Sustained winds at 120, 125, but the gusts at 150 to 155. And that's about what we expect to be coming in here later this evening. And right now that center line is going right over Sarasota, but I'm telling you, the storm has wobbled a little bit. It's coming in here and it's, you know, hey, I'm going to go a little north, and then I'm going to go a little east, and then I'm going to go a little north. If we do any more wobbling, the Tampa area is going to be in more trouble with the surge. Okay? If this comes in the way it looks, Tampa will have offshore flow. The winds will be pushing more westerly. So it'll be pulling the water out, not pushing it in. Water is definitely pushing in Fort Myers Beach. I'm going to call this surge now. There's starting to be no doubt in my mind here that this is surge water from Fort Myers Beach, and we're quite a ways out yet. So down here. So we're getting a push of water on shore, and this street is filling up. I can't see the lines on the road anymore. So here comes the surge, and it's coming into Fort Myers Beach again. And, you know, if I have PTSD over watching this again, I can't imagine the people who live in Fort Myers. They can't believe this is happening again. Hopefully it stays low. Hopefully it's only a few feet of surge. But the forecast is still 8, 10, 12, whatever. Okay. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's go back to the forecast here again. So a major, that's what this M is here, the major hurricane, center of it, basically Sarasota is what we're talking about here. And it's going to come in as at least a Category 3. That's a major hurricane, Cat 3 and above. And we're going to come in here between Tampa and Port Charlotte with the center. And that's going to come across here toward Melbourne and Palm Bay. Space Coast could get some gusts and some surge. But that's where it's going. And again, if you haven't evacuated, you're out of time. You are out of time. Okay. Let's go back to Fort Myers now that we've told you where things are headed. Yeah, I'm looking at some other information, some other meteorologists who are talking about Milton making a beeline for Tampa Bay. And that is some bad news if we don't see an eastward component here pretty quick. And we've got surge. We've got surge in Fort Myers again. SurgeCam 4. Winds have picked up. Say at least gusts to 60 here. The Tampa radar seems to be having some difficulties here. Probably everybody in the world trying to look at that right now. And let's see if we can loop this. I mean, it still looks like it's going... Still looks like it's going basically right for Longboat Key. There's definitely a northward component here. There's definitely a northward component happening here. Southeast side starting to fill in a little bit more, but Tampa, it's still too close to call here. Street flooding is ongoing in many areas. Hillsborough County. Hillsborough County, Polk County. Just from the rain, you're going to see street flooding, but there already was a tornado in Fort Myers this morning that caused damage. Just checking some additional information, and this is from Craig Setzer. Is he still with... oh, he's a former TV meteorologist. He was with Channel 4 in Miami, I think, for a long time. But Craig Setzer here saying the position, the center of Milton, that circle there, is left of the track. It's left of the forecast. That's not what we want for Tampa. That is not what we want for Tampa. Because if we're jogging north or left of the track, that means more surge into Tampa Bay. And that's not a good thing. So again, our Venice cam is the closest that we've got to the center point of this storm coming in here. And that's because we could not get back up to the Sarasota area due to gas shortages, obviously the weather getting horrible, traffic problems, trees down, all sorts of things going on. So we couldn't get any further north than Venice Beach. Okay, right there. Right there. So, Surge 6 from Venice Beach. Bunch of people texting me, asking me questions, so I'm going to... Let's see here. We've got another camera. Let's see where we were able to put it. Venice Fishing Pier. Okay. Well, we'll check that out here in a second. Yeah, look at the water come in now at Fort Myers. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness, look at the water come in now at Fort Myers Beach. Dang it, I did not want to see this again. Did not want to see this again like this. Cameras 1 and 2 have not been deployed. Camera 3 is in Captiva. 4 is Coconut Street in Fort Myers Beach. 5 is Punta Gorda. 6 is Venice. 10 is the Venice Fishing Pier. And 9, we're working on 9 in Nokomis, Florida. So 9 is a little bit further north. Not by much. Just a little bit north of Venice. For the Nokomis cam. But once again, our camera in Fort Myers Beach, there's debris flying by. There's debris floating by. The surge is coming in earnest. About an hour now that we've seen this. And it is coming into Fort Myers Beach again. And that is much to the dismay of everyone who watched our Ian coverage, and much to the dismay of everyone who lives there. And it's somewhat unbelievable that we're talking about Fort Myers Beach again. All right, let's thank people in the chat here. Hi, Jeff. Hi, Brad. Anita. WX Freak. When is high tide? I think it's happening soon. A beachfront hotel in Fort Myers is already being surrounded by surge water. I'm not surprised. Andy says, is it expected to still be Cat 3 at landfall? Yes. Someone says there's a chance it won't be a major hurricane. I think it will. I think it'll still be a Cat 3 at landfall. Sometime in the next 10 hours, 10, 12 hours, I would think. There's been a lot of tornadoes all over Florida. Yes, we'll talk about that here in just a minute. How strong are the tornadoes? The ones that I've seen have been very strong. Very strong. Craig says, I hope Captiva comes out okay. They were still recovering from Ian. They were affected by surge from Helene, and now more hurricane action heading their way. Oh, look at this water come up on Surge 4, on Surge 4. Man alive. So we've got 4 confirmed tornadoes going on right now. So we're gonna leave Surge 4 alone here in Fort Myers Beach, and we are going to talk about the tornadoes here. And Well, make that 5 confirmed tornado warnings now. And that's the pink boxes that you see here. Let's take it north to south, all right? But I got to find another radar over here. Got to find another radar. That's not going to help me. Let's go to Melbourne. Okay, so West Palm Beach here. We've got confirmed tornadoes. West Palm Beach County, confirmed large and dangerous tornado located near Wellington, moving north at 45 miles per hour. Our radars are, the radars are already having problems. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the radars here. They're behind. This radar is 10 minutes old, so I'm not 100% sure what's going on here. So some radar issues already out of these sites. So forget about the radar. Just look at the boxes right now. Okay, confirmed large dangerous tornado near Wellington. Near Wellington, moving north at 45 miles per hour. Loxahatchee, Royal Palm Beach. Particularly dangerous situation. Large and extremely dangerous tornado near Wellington, Florida, moving north at 40 miles per hour. And I think we have video of it. Okay, here's what it looks like. There's the tornado we were just talking about in Wellington, Florida. And a well-defined tornado. Okay, that was from IMCF Traveler on X. IMCF Traveler on X. I'm actually going to go ahead and repost that on SevereStudios. Ernie in New Jersey checking in. Been watching for a while. Thanks for saying hello, Ernie. Welcome. And a home down here, so watching things very carefully. So large tornado, Wellington, Florida, ongoing currently. Storm surge coming in, Fort Myers Beach, currently. Here's a look at Fort Myers Beach again, and the winds are whipping. Let's just listen to the camera in Fort Myers. So as we come up toward 5 o'clock, that is the sound of the winds in Fort Myers Beach, where we've got major surge coming in to Fort Myers Beach. Road is flooded. I'd say maybe, I don't know, half a foot already of storm surge here. And again, this is Fort Myers Beach, and this is Coconut Street in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. This is just off of Estero Boulevard on Estero Island, between Fort Myers Beach and Estero Island on Coconut Drive and Estero Boulevard. That's where this particular camera is, and we are Definitely getting surge. And we've got wave action happening in Captiva Island. Yeah, that water you're seeing there, that's from the waves. But the wave height has come up. The water itself has come up. We're very close to having surge come in here as well. At the Mucky Duck in Fort Myers, or I'm sorry, on Captiva Island, Captiva, Florida. But if you want to know where the surge is, Fort Myers is definitely where the surge is. Let's see here. And another camera. Oh, camera 9 is in Nokomis. Let's just take a peek. Okay. Nokomis, Florida, getting some gusts. But not a lot going on in Nokomis. You can see what looks like police cars kind of blocked things off. And there's some wind there at the marina. The Gulf Harbor Marina. But nothing like we're seeing here in Fort Myers Beach. So we'll be back with more live coverage here at the top of the hour at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. We'll get the latest from the Hurricane Center, and we will cover the tornadoes. And we will do all of that here in just a few minutes, so stick with us. You're watching live coverage of Hurricane Milton from SevereStudios. Just a little bit after 5 p.m. Eastern time at SevereStudios.com, SevereStudios on YouTube. And this is Kory Hartman with continuing Milton coverage. Hurricane Milton, it is a major hurricane. It is a Category 3 hurricane. And we're going to get the very latest from the Hurricane Center here in just a little bit. The last update that we had from the Hurricane Center, we had a Category 3 Hurricane Milton with 125 mile per hour winds. And we are now down to 120 mile per hour winds. 120 miles per hour. So let's go ahead and get that updated. So we've dropped another 5 miles per hour. That's some good news. Right now it is 60 miles southwest of Sarasota. So I'm just updating our Twitter and our ticker here. 60 miles southwest of Sarasota, or 175 west of Orlando. Maximum sustained winds, again, are at 120 miles per hour. And we continue to watch the movement, and we're also having some radar difficulties here. However, when you see the jump there, it does maybe look like it's trying to go a little bit more east now. We had some wobble to the north and getting very concerned about the storm surge moving into Tampa Bay, but now maybe, just maybe, we've got a little bit of an eastward jog now. We still think that the storm is going to come into the Sarasota general area, and the storm surge right now is already happening. We've got storm surge in Fort Myers Beach, Florida again. Same place it started. One of the places it started with Hurricane Ian a couple of years ago. And we're seeing more storm surge coming in right now. In fact, here's a look at it. And I would say we've got about maybe a half a foot of storm surge there, just based on the height of that mailbox post right in the kind of the middle of the screen there. Winds gusting over 60 miles per hour as well. And the storm surge inbound. We've got cameras across the entire region. The only place we don't have cameras right now is in the Tampa Bay area, because we could not get back there due to shortages of fuel and the weather itself and traffic and all sorts of things on I-75. John Humphreys could not get back into the Tampa Bay area to deploy more cameras. So really our cameras are from the Nokomis area south to the Fort Myers Beach area. We'd like to thank everyone who is tuning in on our live stream. Over 300 viewers now. We really appreciate that. We ask everybody to like and share this if they would, please. And we want to say hi to everyone who's in the chat here. Again, we've got Anita, we've got Brad, we've got Craig and Dave and WX Freak and Crozmar and a bunch of people in here. KMA Clubber. We want the map working on SevereStudios. Well, folks, let me tell you a little story. So earlier this year, Zoom Radar, which was the company that did all of our maps, did our big map on SevereStudios.com, was sold. It was sold from a guy who's really busy right now, Jeff Baradelli. He's chief meteorologist at Channel 8 WFLA in Tampa, Florida. He owned Zoom Radar, and he sold that to another company, and we did not come to an agreement on what to do with Zoom Radar. So we do not have a license for Zoom Radar after over a decade, maybe even a little bit longer than that, over a decade of using Zoom Radar as our chaser tracking map. So we're working on some things for next storm season, hoping to have a tracking map back. But one of the reasons we partnered with Zoom Radar originally was because they did such a good job with it. So we miss it too, and we hope to bring it back on SevereStudios.com at some point. WX Freak says, are violent tornadoes unusual for a tropical system? Nope. Remember, a tropical system is just a big low pressure system. And so when it's coming into the area and there's daytime heating, there's wind shear, there's tropical moisture, there's everything pretty much that you need for tornadoes. And this one just happens to be coming in at the right angle, the right time, the right conditions for producing large tornadoes. And we've seen those today. In fact, our own Jordan Hall captured some amazing tornado video earlier today. Let's go to that. And let's give Jordan his proper credit here. So again, this is from Jordan Hall. This was a few hours ago now in the Highlands County, Florida area. This was northeast of Lake Placid, Florida, and a big tornado there. Something that looks like you'd see out on the plains, or maybe in the Dixie Alley area. But power flashes, chunks of debris, houses, trees, and what have you spinning around this tornado. And again, a big tornado here with drone footage from our own Jordan Hall of Severe Studios. Jordan working with the Weather Channel today, also working with My Radar, which is a great radar app, by the way. If you're looking for a way to track storms, go get the My Radar app. And there's a Stormchaser layer on there. Go into layers and turn on Stormchasers, and you can see the Severe Studios Stormchasers in the app. So again, that's My Radar weather app. There are still tornadoes near the Wellington, Florida area. Oh, okay. That storm or that video is sideways, so I can't really show you that. There's also a major tornado happening right now in Fort Pierce, Florida. My goodness. Look at this. Wow. Now there's a tornado for you from Florida DOT camera, and posted on X. Fort Pierce, Florida. Wow. And again, our radars are slow. I'm hoping it's just my radar that is running very poorly here today. Hopefully it's not everybody's. We need this data. So hopefully it's just my radar that's having a problem here. Okay, follow us on @SevereStudios if you want more information. We're always updating things. @SevereStudios on Twitter. Appreciate that. Appreciate you being in the chat room. We appreciate you being with us here today as we watch about a half a foot of storm surge right now, maybe approaching a foot of storm surge in Fort Myers Beach. And again, we're definitely having radar problems here, but I'm just going to read the warning to you. from that big tornado we just saw just a minute ago. Large tornado located over the St. Lucie Airport as of 1 minute ago. And it's moving north at 35 miles per hour. St. Lucie Airport moving north at 35 miles per hour. I think maybe it has moved offshore. No, this is a really, really old. Pay absolutely no attention to the radar data. I'm just going to take the radar data off. The warnings are correct. If you are in a box, you need to be in tornado shelter. Because there is a large, dangerous tornado over the St. Lucie Airport moving north at 35 miles per hour. Oh, for the love. Okay. Just trying to see if I can get current radar data back here from Melbourne, but having a little bit of an issue doing that here. And again, I hope it's just me. I hope it's only me having these radar problems. Okay, Wellington, Florida with, oh my goodness. Wellington, Florida with this tornado here. And a horizontal vortex. These are strong tornadoes here, folks. These are strong tornadoes. Right, so that's from down here. That's from the Wellington area. Okay, again, I'm not showing you radar because it's old and I don't want you to get confused. The warnings are current. So these pink boxes here, these are confirmed tornado warnings. And that tornado I just showed you from Wellington, there's been 2, 3, 4 tornadoes, I think, by Wellington, Florida already. West of the West Palm Beach metro area. Okay, so let's, yeah, we've got 4 confirmed tornado warnings right now. So again, the first one we've been talking about, that is near the St. Lucie Airport moving north at 35 miles per hour. Particularly dangerous situation with a large damaging tornado near the St. Lucie Airport. Or near Indrio, moving north at 35 miles per hour. Okay, right here. So Viking, South Beach, Vero Beach in the path again. And these are old storm reports that I'm going to take off. I'm going to put just the newest storm reports on. A 60 mile per hour wind gust near St. Lucie, Florida, and a confirmed tornado. Basically moving up, right up Highway 1 here. Okay. Flipping over RVs and blowing over things. Okay, so we've got that going on. Here in Martin County, confirmed tornado near Palm City. There you are. There's Palm City. Confirmed tornado there as of 2 minutes ago, moving north at 40. So if you're in Stuart, up to the south side of Port St. Lucie, Florida, that's a confirmed tornado here in Palm City, Florida. And then a little bit further to the south, west of Jupiter here, this is northeastern Palm Beach County. Large, extremely dangerous tornado located over the acreage or near Palm Beach Gardens, moving north at 40. This was reported by Emergency Management. And this is obviously a deadly, dangerous situation here for areas west of Jupiter, northwest of Palm Beach Gardens. So that's the tornado threat. We're down to 3 warnings. We had almost 20 warnings going on at one time before, and now we're down to 3. Well, maybe 4. I guess we just popped another one here. New tornado warning for southeastern Martin County until 5:45. All right, let's jump back to the west side. And let's look at our hurricane, because the Tampa radar is working again, thankfully. There's been some skips in the data here today, but this is a relatively current picture. It's not perfect. It's still about 10 minutes old. I'm just going to go to the latest. Okay, this is... I mean, we've got outer bands, might call it an eye wall feature here, I don't know, already coming on shore. So we've got some of the worst conditions are coming onshore right now. 5 o'clock Eastern time, 5:17 Eastern time. Dave Grant asking how high up are the SurgeCams. Most of them are 8 to 10 feet above ground for the most part. Let's see. Oops, come on. Oh, okay. Great. Okay, I think we have the very latest... Yeah, we have the very latest frames of radar have come in now here. So this is... this is still 6 minutes old, so something goofy's going on. But here's Milton, okay? The worst weather is obviously in the eye wall right here. And this whole little kind of triangle right here doesn't look great. Winds are going to be gusting, coming right into Tampa Bay area. And, again, Sarasota and Longboat Key, Anna Maria, Holmes Beach. So things are deteriorating quickly from that area. Let's go back to Fort Myers Beach. I think we're approaching about a foot of storm surge here. And it's really coming in now. Surge is really coming in now on Surge 4. We've got number 4 here today in Fort Myers Beach. And the surge is really coming in now. And I'm estimating about a foot, and that's just based on watching it come up on that mailbox right in the middle of the screen there. So I'd say about a foot on this street here. And again, that's Coconut Drive, just south of Fort Myers Beach. So this camera is, yep, this camera's like right down here. Right down here along, along Estero Boulevard. Of course, Fort Myers Beach hit hard a couple years ago from Hurricane Ian, and they're getting some more effects today. Just up the way is Captiva and Captiva Island, where we are seeing some waves come in. Not seeing a lot of surge here just yet, but definitely seeing waves come in. WX Freak asking, how are the SurgeCams linked to the outside world? Yeah, it's all cellular. Yep, everything we're doing is on cellular, but we've got some things, some technology that helps us grab a couple different towers and really keep it as strong as possible. Stormchaser Jordan Hall checking in the chat. Jordan with some great new video over on his YouTube page that you should check out for sure.
Sarasota downtown.
Here's the latest update from SevereStudios.com at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. We still have maximum sustained winds of 120 miles per hour with major Hurricane Milton, a Category 3 right now, located about 50 miles southwest of Sarasota, Florida. 50 southwest of Sarasota. That is where Jordan Hall is right now as he is chasing the storm. A little bit north of that in Bradenton is Freddie McKinney. If you'd like to check out his live stream, you can do so at SevereStudios.com. Kory Hartman here with you as we continue our live coverage of the hurricane, of course, and also the tornadoes that have been spawned from this as well. We'll get to that in just a moment. First of all, again, 120 mile per hour sustained winds, obviously higher gusts, sustained winds of 58 miles per hour and gusts to 77 have been reported in areas around St. Petersburg. Heavy rainfall continues across the central Florida peninsula. Hurricane-force wind gusts are moving onshore as we speak. We are continuing to cover you with the cameras all up and down the west coast of Florida, and our SurgeCams, of course, are bringing in quite a bit of surge footage right now. In Fort Myers Beach, Florida, look at the surge. There's, I would estimate, 2 to 3 feet of storm surge there, and again, I'm just going off of how high it has come up over the last 3 hours or so, and based on some of the poles and the mailbox supports and things that you see there in the background and on the side of the picture there. So a couple feet for sure. We have a camera that is blowing around in Punta Gorda quite well. This is Surgy 5 at the top of your screen, third box there. And that camera is getting rocked with some pretty good wind gusts now, at least 60 to 65 miles per hour. And we're watching that as we go through the evening here. And as the storm gets closer and closer, we are going to see worse and worse conditions here from Sarasota up to Longboat Key, Bradenton, St. Petersburg, and of course, a lot of Tampa Bay and the greater Tampa area on kind of edge here, wondering how much surge they are going to see. Of course, we are seeing the surge from Sarasota southward, and it could be into the magnitude of 10 to 15 feet in some areas, especially Sarasota County and western Charlotte County down toward Lee County and Fort Myers Beach, Cape Coral, and the outer islands here, such as Captiva. We do have a Captiva cam as well here tonight. Right now, things relatively calm for a hurricane. There's some big winds pushing some big waves onshore, and a palm tree uprooted there in the middle of the picture. And not really seeing a lot of surge at this particular location, which is the Mucky Duck Restaurant and Bar at Captiva, Florida. And every once in a while you see the water come in there. That's from those big waves. We've seen 10-foot waves that looked like out there from time to time. They break, they come in like they are right now. Not really the surge like we are seeing in Fort Myers Beach. And again, that has come up considerably here in the last hour or so. It seems to be coming up considerably as we watch it here in real time. And this surge cam mounted about 8 feet above the ground or so. And we'll see exactly how high it gets as we go through the evening. Of course, we're going to run out of daylight here in the next few hours. And so it's going to make it potentially a little bit harder to see what's on these cameras. But of course, we will do our best to bring it to you as late as we possibly can into the evening tonight. Again, we've got storm chasers out there as well. Jordan Hall, Freddie McKinney. There are others, and you can find those at SevereStudios.com. We've been talking about the tornado threat. In fact, there are 4 tornado warnings currently ongoing, but you can see that from time to time here this afternoon, we've had upwards of 12 to 15 to 18 tornado warnings all going at the same time. And right now we've got 3 or 4 tornado warnings that are currently in effect. St. Lucie County, Martin County, these are all on the east side of the peninsula. Indian River County, Brevard County, all under tornado warnings for these outer bands that are basically supercells that have produced some big tornadoes today. I would like to bring you some video from about a half hour ago or so, and this had happened right along the Florida Turnpike to the west of Fort Pierce. So again, Florida Turnpike west of Fort Pierce, and this is video from Stormchaser Scott Peak, and we're just going to watch this together because this is the type of tornado that has been spawned today. These are strong tornadoes, damaging tornadoes that have obviously caused some injuries. There are reports of cars flipped over and injuries along the turnpike. Troopers and EMS on scene, and you can see some of those going by. And again, this happened approximately probably more closer to an hour ago now, with these storms on the east side of the state. And again, this was just to the west of the if my mouse would zoom out, the Fort Pierce area. Fort Pierce, Florida Turnpike, west of I-95, in the Fort Pierce area. We were tracking that storm earlier, and watch what happens here. And this is going right over the turnpike. Gigantic tree comes down, power flashes, major damage here, and injuries again reported from this storm. And that's video that was shot just a little while ago, about an hour ago or so, from Stormchaser Scott Peak. So scary situation there if you came upon that while you were out and about. And hopefully nobody is out and about, and everyone is sheltering in place now at this time. Again, there's pretty major surge coming in at Fort Myers Beach. We're hearing reports of surge in multiple areas. And of course, we are listening to the sound of the wind. That is the sound of the wind there at both Fort Myers and Captiva, and actually some pretty scary sounds there. The wind blowing across our surge cams as more and more debris comes into Fort Myers Beach. This is some major storm surge now, major wave action, and again, just my rough estimate of maybe 2, maybe 3 feet or so of storm surge coming in here now, with debris and, of course, damage going to be happening in areas that were heavily affected by Hurricane Ian just a couple of years ago. People still picking up the pieces. There was a surge from Hurricane Helene a couple of weeks ago, and now they are dealing with the wind and surge again with Hurricane Milton. Again, this is a Category 3 hurricane, 120 mile per hour sustained winds. Center of the storm is southwest of Sarasota, Florida. We say that landfall happens when the center of the storm crosses the coastline. But the major impacts from Major Hurricane Milton are being felt right now as we speak. There have been today 98 tornado warnings. 98 tornado warnings have been issued as of 6 o'clock Eastern Time. 55 of those were issued by the National Weather Service out of Miami. Also Tampa, and Melbourne getting in on the action, but 98 total tornado warnings today. You can see those boxes on your screen, and the tornado threat does continue, and it will continue at least until the sun goes down, when we will lose some of the heating of the day. So that's the tornado threat. Speaking of tornado threat from a little bit earlier, we will go ahead and queue up some video that was shot by Jordan Hall, and if you check out his YouTube page, you can see some pretty interesting video that he shot, the whole thing. And again, we will play just a little bit for you here in just a second. And we'll go to that, and we will do this, and we will do that, and there it is. So this is another instance of a large tornado from a few hours ago. This was in Highlands County, Florida, northeast of Lake Placid near Lorida, Florida, and this was a significant tornado, ripping up trees and looked like maybe chunks of buildings in there. We've seen pictures on Twitter, on X platform here today, of tornadoes that had horizontal vortices coming out the side of the tornado, indicating a very strong tornado, and those have been tearing up portions of southern, central, and eastern Florida peninsula for the last 5, 6, 7 hours here as we've gone through the early and now into the late afternoon and early evening. So that's what that storm looked like. That's the drone video from our own Jordan Hall. And again, you can see more of that video, the rest of that video, on Jordan's YouTube channel, Jordan Hall WX. Category 3, Milton continues to work on shore here. A lot of cities are starting to suspend emergency services because sustained winds are 50 miles an hour. A lot of these towns are not going to operate their EMS or fire apparatus until it is safe to do so. So just keep that in mind. If you stayed behind, if you were hoping for emergency management or EMS and services to come help you when the water rises and the wind rips your roof off, now your only choice is to shelter in place, because a lot of these towns, a lot of these areas are going to suspend their emergency services, and indeed that has already happened in a number of places. About a half hour ago, President Joe Biden delivered some remarks on the hurricane, and there's a lot of misinformation going around. The president was speaking about that. We can't control the weather. We don't have any space lasers. And if we could control the weather, we would definitely steer this hurricane away from the population. But can't believe we even have to say that in this day and age, but here we are. One of the things that is a little bit interesting, and that happens when there are landfalling hurricanes, as if the tornadoes and the hurricane itself wasn't bad enough, there's also the potential of fires. And of course, those are caused when when surge water gets into homes and businesses and buildings, and electrical fires do start. And of course, when power lines come down and hit trees, you can get the fires. So that's what's going on right now over on Freddie McKinney's Facebook page, YouTube stream. And so Freddie's been following some fires that have been happening because of downed power lines. And we'll go ahead and show you that here just real quick. And again, this is from Freddie McKinney, and you can check that out, Freddie McKinney, over on YouTube as well. So power lines are down, they're arcing, they're starting fires at the base of this power pole here. And that is definitely one of the challenges when it comes to not only going through a hurricane like this, but also for our crews out covering it today. So check out Freddie's YouTube channel at Freddie McKinney on YouTube. So fires, floods, tornado, and the hurricane eye wall that is going to be coming on shore here in the next few hours. Conditions have gone majorly downhill here across a lot of the area, and we're starting to really see our camera in Punta Gorda shake all over the place, and we are continuing to watch major storm surge here. I'm going to say going on 3 feet at minimum here in the Fort Myers Beach area. We'd like to thank everyone who has joined us here, and getting to be about that time for for a little dinner here. If you ever hear just the wind noise and the camera goes away, that's because I either got to take a break, take a little water, get some food. Thanks to everyone who has donated to the coffee fund. We're going to need that as it gets later into the evening here. So thanks to everyone who has put a super chat in the chat here this afternoon. Let's see who is hanging out in our YouTube chat here this afternoon. And we've got Brad in here. We've got WX Freak still hanging out. Chad is here. So yeah, we've got a good number of people here. If you haven't checked in the chat room, please do so, and we'll say hi to you as the winds continue to whip around and the surge comes in here in Florida. SevereStudios co-founder and Stormchaser Kenny Allen in the chat here says I should get some tacos. Well, I do have Taco John's just down the road now here, but I don't know if that's what I'm going to be doing tonight or not. We gotta keep things calm, as we go through the next 6 hours of coverage here. So again, if you're in our YouTube chat room, go ahead and check in, say where you're watching from, and of course send good thoughts to the people of Florida here as all of this weather action happens. We are still having glitches from time to time with our radar here. Just looking to see if the Tampa radar has been having some problems. When you see the radar jump like that, it's because there's some data issues creeping in here this afternoon with our radar. Okay, let's see. Hurricane force wind gusts again are about to come on shore here. Tornadoes on the east side, hurricane force gusts on the west side. Again, probably coming on shore as a Category 3 hurricane, but don't get hung up on the categories. We're still gonna see quite a bit of surge, quite a bit of wind, and eventually the tornado threat is going to go down as the sun goes down. At least that's what we're hoping right now. Some new video here from the Sierra satellite. For the life of me, I can't remember what Sierra stands for. Somebody help me out here. Colorado State. Anyway, Colorado something or other. So what's cool about this satellite that they have is that they overlay the lightning with the satellite itself, and so that's pretty cool to look at here. So this is a time lapse, I believe, from about the last 6 hours or so. And actually, in the satellite, you can see the core of Milton as the sun starts to set here, coming right on into the Florida coastline. They kind of center it up and follow it, so you're watching the center of the storm, and you're moving along with it as it heads right, basically, toward the Sarasota, Florida area. Longboat Key, and our friends there, of course, we're thinking about you. But on the east side here of Florida, you can see all of the lightning from the bands of explosive thunderstorms, the ones that have produced the tornadoes today, where you see these very bright clusters of lightning. That is where we've had the tornadoes here today, and you can see that's all pushing eastward, and hopefully will be off the east coast of Florida here, really affecting kind of the Space Coast area right now, down southward to just north of Miami, and that's where that's going. So an interesting video there from the CIRA from Colorado State University. WX Freak is checking in from Kansas City. Brad is watching from Connecticut, but he lived in Brevard County and has family in Florida. Austria, we've got somebody checking in from Austria over across the pond. And of course, we've got our storm chasers in here, Kenny Allen and Jordan Hall, who's down chasing the storm right now. You can watch his feed there in the top right corner. We have not checked power outages in a little while. Let's go ahead and do that. We've over doubled, almost tripled the number of power outages since the last time we talked about power outages, which was a couple of hours ago. Here's the latest map of Florida, and you can see that a lot of the power outages right now are on the east side of the peninsula, where the tornadoes have been going through. Indian River County, Florida, is just about completely out of power. 95% out of power, according to poweroutage.us. Poweroutage.us. You can see total electric providers here. Yeah, there's a lot of them. I was looking for a percentage here, but 262,000 customers without power now. And I'm sure those numbers will go up. Of course, there's still people without power in North Carolina. There's still people without power in Georgia from Helene. And without a doubt, those numbers are going to go up as the evening progresses. And again, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but almost 100 tornado warnings have been issued today. And that has been one of the bigger stories. So again, as this storm rotates in the north side, the left side of this storm is going to have winds that are going to be pushing out to sea. That's good news for the Tampa Bay area. However, south of the center line, as you get down toward Englewood and Punta Gorda, and obviously Fort Myers, where we're watching the surge come in right now, that is where we're going to have onshore flow, and we're going to see the winds continue to push massive amounts of water onshore. It looks now like we've finally gotten done with that little northward jog that we were looking at, and now the storm moving more easterly here. So that's looking a little bit better for Tampa. There's not a lot of time left here to bring a lot of water into Tampa Bay, and that is the good news. And hopefully we continue to see the winds pushing outward here as opposed to inbound. It is high tide, or it's working on high tide here. So not good timing there, especially further south along the coastline. About a half hour from now, we'll have another update from the Hurricane Center. They will tell us what the central pressure is and the wind speeds of the center of the storm. Of course, we are getting hurricane force wind gusts onshore now, and we will continue to see that throughout the next 5-6 hours here as this eye wall makes its way onshore. Someone asked about the movement of the storm. And somehow I closed my information here, but it is moving northeast at 15 miles per hour. Northeast at about 15 miles per hour. Pressure has come up to 948 millibars. It was sub 900 when it was a Cat 5 out in the Gulf a couple days ago. Maximum sustained winds again right now are at 120 miles per hour. We'll get yet another update on this here in less than a half hour from the National Hurricane Center. Just checking out some other videos here as storm trackers are out and about getting video. We've got lots of our chasers out there that are shooting video. Some of them are streaming. Again, you can see that at SevereStudios.com, and we will continue to bring you the very latest here. It still looks like the hardest hit, or one of the hardest hit areas, at least with the surge right now, about 3 feet, I would estimate, of storm surge here in Fort Myers Beach again. And areas that were affected by Hurricane Ian just a couple of years ago. Let's see here. Sherry is checking in from Schulenburg, Texas. Thanks for joining us, Sherry. Satellite imagery showing thousands of birds caught in the eye. Yep, that happens. That happens all the time in big hurricanes, especially ones that rapidly intensify. They get caught up in the eye of the hurricane. They can't get out. They basically fly around in the center and kind of wait for the storm to die out, and they can fly hundreds and hundreds of miles before they can finally get out of the eye. Of course, this Hurricane Milton, is going to work its way across the entire Florida peninsula, and we are going to see it probably emerge as a Category 1 even off the east coast of Florida. So here's the surge that's coming in on Surge 4, again in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. We continue to watch debris come in here from the waves on Captiva Island. We've already seen a couple of palm trees that have been uprooted. They are down. Other debris has been floating through the picture here from time to time. Not really seeing an increase in any surge. Right now, this is just waves, water from waves coming in on Captiva Island itself. Winds there also not looking horribly strong at the moment, but of course it can, if it's sheltered, it can be a little bit deceiving here. So there's Captiva. That's where this particular camera is. Again, our other camera is down in Fort Myers Beach. We've got cameras up and down the coastline here, and we've got Jordan Hall, Stormchaser, who is currently watching what's going on in Sarasota itself. It is 5:30 Central Time, 6:30 Eastern Time, and you are watching continuous live coverage of Hurricane Milton here on the SevereStudios YouTube channel. We ask you to like and share and subscribe and do all of those things, but lay a comment, let us know where you are watching from. We definitely like that, and we love it if you can, of course, share with us, share with others. I mean, don't share with us. We're the ones doing it. Share with others and let them know that you're watching SevereStudios on YouTube. Coolest thing you can do always is to put this on your big smart TV. Just download the YouTube app, search for Milton Live or SevereStudios, and click it and put it up on the big screen while you're on your phone and your laptop and your tablet. And if you're like me, you got 59 screens going on when these things are landfalling. Go ahead and put it up on your YouTube app on your big screen. That's a cool way to watch what's going on. All right, let's see here. Game Night Productions. Yes, my friends at Game Night saying, let's get to 1 million on this live stream. I sure hope so. So click and share and paste it over to your Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and everything else that you've got for us. Bite Fishing says, glad to see you streaming. Yep. We had a lot of hurricanes go into the Big Bend of Florida where it didn't really make sense for us to do this type of live stream. But we've got our SurgeCams up and we've got our Stormchasers out and we're doing it, and we thank you for being here. And Sailing Alpha 42 says, watching from Minneapolis, Minnesota. And thanks for watching in Minneapolis. I'm broadcasting from a very safe location here in Madison, Wisconsin. SevereStudios HQ, at least for the time being. And got all the equipment out yesterday, late yesterday afternoon, and hauled it here to Madison and doing the stream. So again, thanks for being here, thanks for watching, thanks for subscribing, thanks for the super chats if you feel like doing that. We appreciate it. Let's see here. Wow, seeing some crazy pictures here from a car that's into a house, but I don't know where it's from. They didn't say. Don't want to share that with you until I actually know. Also hearing some crazy sounds from some of our cameras here. Let's just listen in again for a little bit. Sounds of the storm here. Hurricane Milton, still a Category 3, 120 mile per hour sustained winds, of course, gusts over that. And we are watching Surge 4 here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. I would guess somewhere right around 3, maybe 3.5 feet of storm surge has come in. At first, as we saw this surge start to come in, we weren't sure if it was surge or just water from waves. This camera is just off of the beach. The beach would be on the other side of those houses to your left. And this is Estero Boulevard, just southeast of Fort Myers Beach. And then all of a sudden we realized pretty quickly that it definitely was surge, and now again, just estimating about 3 feet, maybe a little bit higher of surge here. We're going to see water lapping up against the bottom of that mailbox in the center of the screen here in not too long of a time here. So we have been watching the Florida traffic cams today, and just some insane footage that has come from these traffic cams. This is earlier. This is not happening now. This is a little bit earlier, but look at the debris flying by and all sorts of things. Yeah, from these Florida DOT cameras today. This was near Jupiter, Florida, a little bit earlier. Jupiter, Florida, a little bit earlier there. Just crazy. What else is coming in here? In the meantime, there are record temperatures in central South Dakota. Record high temperature of 87 degrees in Mobridge, South Dakota today on October 9th. It ties the old record set back in 1955. Just an interesting little piece of information there. Aberdeen, South Dakota beats the old record of 86 degrees with an 87 degree high temperature today. 87 degrees on October 9th. Not unheard of in South Dakota, of course, but interesting nonetheless. Something else that's been going on recently across the earth, I guess you can say, is that we have had auroras, northern lights have been going on, and just the other night, in fact, had a chance to check out some northern lights action here in the upper Midwest, and we'll share that with you. We've had coronal ejections and sunspots and things, and this is what it looked like. This was just a couple nights ago. Late in the evening. I got out late, didn't think I would see anything, and indeed was able to capture some pretty cool shots. And in fact, check that out. So that's me shooting the back of my DSLR camera, but the reds were just crazy. So that's been going on, and there's actually a chance of more northern lights tonight, which is the only reason that I bring it up. And I don't know what it is, but Jordan Hall and I have been watching it, and it seems like whenever we have a spike in northern lights, we have a spike in tornadoes. And it could just be completely coincidental. We're not tracking it that deeply, but we have noticed that a lot of times we're choosing between tornado outbreak, of course this one spawned by a hurricane, and chasing northern lights in the northern part of the United States. So just one of those interesting things that we have noticed. Again, wind speed is at 120 miles per hour. 120 sustained with gusts higher than that. The gusts are, let's see. Doesn't say. It actually doesn't. The latest Hurricane Center update says that there are hurricane force gusts, quote unquote, coming onshore. The sustained winds are 120. I would guess gusts to 130, 140. Let's see here. Nope, I don't want that. I do want this. So here's some video of some house damage from tornadoes earlier. Tornadoes earlier near Fort Pierce, Florida. And that damage is what we are looking at on the stream right now. That's from Stormchaser Scott Peak. Again, Jordan Hall is driving around near Sarasota, Florida. We've got cameras all over the place. There are a few that you're not seeing, but we are checking them in the background. Camera 1 and 2 are not deployed. Camera 3 is at the Mucky Duck in Captiva, Florida. We've been showing you that one. So there's Captiva, Florida, with the winds and the waves and wave water coming on shore there. Camera 4 is our camera again along Coconut Street and Estero Boulevard in Fort Myers Beach. About 3 feet of surge there, maybe some more. Camera 5 is in Punta Gorda, Florida. That was shaking around quite a bit a little bit earlier. Things have calmed ever so slightly there now. Camera 6 is in Venice, Florida. And I'm watching that kind of in the background here. There's not a whole lot to show you right now, but we can certainly do so. So this is again camera 6 in Venice. The trees really whipping in the background there. Trees are really whipping in the background there in Venice, Florida. And these remote cameras, these surge cameras, provided by John Humphreys and SVRweather.com. As we take you back to Fort Myers Beach, certainly the one that everybody is most interested in watching right now. Cameras 7 and 8 are not deployed. Camera 9 is in Nokomis, Florida, where the wind has definitely come up here. So here's a look at Nokomis, Florida. And of course, Nokomis just north of Venice. And I see power poles whipping around and I don't know, some debris kind of in the background there, some plastic or something, and the trees. One of the outer eye wall bands looks like it's moving into the Nokomis, Venice area right now. People still driving around in that neck of the woods. Yeah, you can hear it. Let's go to this here. So again, those hurricane force wind gusts coming on shore there in Nokomis, Florida. We've got the Venice fishing pier here, and conditions have really gone downhill there. Wow, look at some of those waves. There's people, hopefully storm chasers, hopefully not just random people out on the pier there at Venice. And definitely going to get the eye wall here soon. Or an eye wall. There looks like there's maybe 2 or 3 concentric circles here with Milton. Things not quite as compact as they were, but definitely breezy. Big waves coming in there. And again, that's the Venice Fishing Pier in Venice, Florida. Take you back to Fort Myers here. Again, we're gonna run out of daylight, sadly. And that's gonna be pretty hard to really do a whole lot. All right, so there's what we've got for for cams. We've talked about northern lights. We've talked about tornadoes. We've talked about power outages. Now over 300,000 customers without power in Florida. And starting to see the numbers come up now in Manatee County, Pinellas County, Sarasota County. Sarasota County now about 36,000 customers, little over 10-12%. So this is all from tornadoes over here, especially in Indian River County, Florida, where it's almost 95% power outage. But we are starting now to see the power outages from the hurricane itself on the west side of the peninsula. One good piece of news is that all tornado warnings have ended just a minute or two ago. All tornado warnings now in Florida have ended, thankfully. So a reminder for those in the chat room, landfall is when the center of the hurricane crosses land. We've got a ways to go for that just yet. Again, some of the outer bands are reaching the shore, but again, the center of the hurricane is right about there. And that is still about 45 miles away. So we're still looking at about 3 hours or so before landfall. Okay, so again, landfall is when the center of the storm, center of the eye, crosses the shore. But we're definitely seeing the effects of Milton right now. So just a reminder there. Landfall is when the center of the eye crosses. That's the official landfall. So you can say landfall is happening currently as the eye gets closer. Gardening for fun and longevity checks into the chat room. I just assume a she, maybe not. They are watching, and they say, great job. It's a riot, but they are coping with what's going on. Walt Disney World closed. Yep, that's because the hurricane's going to go across the entire Florida peninsula. And we can show you that here. Got to remember to show this every once in a while here. All right, so what I want to do is I want to turn on that and get rid of all of these other things. That audio from Fort Myers is just a little bit on the creepy side. All right, let's go ahead and talk about where the storm is and where it's going and all of those things. And of course, we're going to get another update here in about 5 minutes. So this is going to be a little bit out of date, if you will. But here we go. So as we were talking about before, the storm started down here quite a few days ago and went northward, then eastward, and became a Cat 5. Then it did an eye-wall replacement cycle down to a Cat 4 there north of the Yucatan. Then back to a Cat 5 as it was coming up toward Tampa, and we were really concerned when we saw it become a Cat 5 again. Then we were at Cat 5 this morning, Cat 4 this afternoon, and now we are down to a Category 3 hurricane. And again, maximum winds of 120 with gusts to 150. So there's the information on that. 120 gusting to 150. Oops. And yes, the storm is going to go across the Florida peninsula with 90 to 115 mile per hour winds. And then it will emerge on the east coast of Florida. It may drop down to a tropical storm at that point, and then it will continue to go on out into the Atlantic. As far as where it's going, again, we jogged this back northward here. Here's Sarasota, and the center line was coming in down here a little bit more, and now we're a little bit further to the north. We're Longboat Key area, and the southern portions of Tampa Bay, south of the bridge here, is where it's coming in. Sunshine Skyway, I believe it's called. I'm gonna check myself on that. Yep, Sunshine Skyway Bridge. Just wanted to make sure that I had that right. Here on the south side of Tampa Bay, heading down towards Sarasota. So this is where it's coming in, and again, yes, it's going to go across the whole Florida peninsula. Somebody was asking about that, so we talked about it. Here we are back to Fort Myers Beach, where the surge is coming in like crazy. We're going to take a little break here until the latest comes in here from the National Hurricane Center, which is going to happen in the next 5 minutes. As soon as we have that update for you, we will be back with the latest information. Once again, Hurricane Milton has arrived. We've got a long ways to go. Pretty low precipitation here on the southeastern side of Hurricane Milton, but the storm surge is coming in. It's got to be approaching 4 feet right now or so, maybe 3.5 to 4 feet here in Fort Myers Beach, and it continues to come in. This is Kory Hartman in SevereStudios headquarters, and we will be back with more information, more coverage in just a few minutes here on SevereStudios. Good evening and welcome back to live coverage of Hurricane Milton, which is still a 120 mile per hour Category 3 hurricane that is spreading along the shore of the Florida Gulf Coast. Good evening, Kory Hartman, 7 p.m., and we are here continuing our coverage with our storm chasers and our surge cameras. And our surge cameras are from SVRweather.com. And we are looking at Fort Myers Beach, Florida. I see a blinking yellow light in the middle of the screen, and I can't tell you what that is. I don't know if something is arcing or shorting out, or if, God forbid, somebody needs help, but there's definitely something flashing in the middle of that screen as we start to lose daylight here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Again, the latest here is that the storm is located about 35 miles southwest of Sarasota, Florida, located about 140 miles southwest of Orlando, Florida. Sustained winds of 120, gusts to 140, 150. We have now gotten a extreme wind warning that has been issued by the National Weather Service in Tampa, Florida. This is in effect for Tampa, St. Petersburg, Clearwater, etc., for extremely dangerous hurricane winds. So again, this is an extreme wind warning that has now been issued by the National Weather Service. Extreme hurricane winds are about to happen, 115 miles per hour or greater. You should take immediate shelter as if this was a tornado in an interior portion of a well-built structure. So if you are still in the Tampa Bay to greater Sarasota area, extreme wind warning has been issued due to the onset of the eye of Hurricane Milton very soon. A sustained wind of 61 miles per hour and a gust of 77 was reported in the Egmont Channel. A gust of 77 miles per hour reported at the Sarasota Bradenton International Airport, and a 71 mile per hour wind gust was reported at the Skyway Fishing Pier. So again, winds are gusting over 70 to 75 miles per hour, sustained winds over 60 miles per hour, and in Sarasota, winds are starting to gust now, possibly over 100 miles per hour very soon. We've got about 3 to 4 feet of storm surge here on camera 4 that you can see here in Fort Myers Beach. We have other cameras around the area here. Water has really come up in Punta Gorda. We have Stormchaser Jordan Hall, who at last check was in the Sarasota location, going to get a further update on that. And gigantic waves continue to crash on shore here in the Captiva Island area of Florida as well. But of course, all eyes, like 2 years ago, have been on Fort Myers Beach, Florida. I would say we've got in the vicinity now of about 4 feet of water. And again, that is based on that mailbox right in the center of your screen. That was dry land not that many hours ago, and now the water is coming right up to the bottom of that mailbox. There is the possibility that we could see water lap over the top of this surge camera, which is mounted at about 8 feet as we go through the evening. So again, extreme wind warning, high wind warning, extreme wind warning is now in effect for the greater Tampa Bay, Sarasota, Clearwater vicinity for winds of over 100 miles per hour that will be coming into the area as this storm continues to make landfall. Again, landfall is when the center of the eye crosses over land. And at last check here, and I'm going to check again, I'm going to put the center of the storm right about here. And the center of the eye is about 45 miles from crossing the coastline. So we're still looking at about 3 hours until official center landfall of this hurricane. In the meantime, we're continuing to watch all of our surge cameras up and down the coastline. Jordan Hall has now made his way to Venice, Florida. So we will update his location here. So again, Jordan Hall is in Venice, Florida, a little bit further down the coastline here, just south of Sarasota, western Sarasota County, right along the coast here. And we've got such bad data here that this radar is completely old. So forget what I said about 45 miles from the center. The National Hurricane Center says it is 35 miles from the center. So we have missed about 10 miles of coastline being traversed here. So we're going to take one of our cameras and we're going to put it full screen-ish here for a little bit, and we're going to try to get our radar working better here. So let's go to Surgy 4, and we will take that here as such. Again, in the middle of the screen earlier when we came back to coverage here at the top of the hour, we saw something blinking. There was like a yellow light under the palm tree in the middle of the screen. Not sure exactly what that was. I now see a red light blinking off on kind of the right side of the screen. And that's probably some utility problem or something with all of the water coming in here now. We still do have power here. There's a street light on. That'll help us see what's going on, at least until we lose that and the power goes out there. But we're going to see if we can get our radar working better here in the background. So just for a little bit here, let's just listen in again as to the sounds of the storm in Fort Myers. 7:17 at SevereStudios.com, and you are watching live coverage of Major Hurricane Milton. And what we are also watching are some yellow and red lights that are flashing on this surge camera in Fort Myers Beach, and I believe those are utility boxes, either for power or for internet or some sort of municipal utilities, where they're basically saying, yeah, we got a problem in the utility box here. And I would say that they do, because there's water coming in, there's power probably shorting out and doing those sorts of things. And so it's going to be pretty hard here on the utilities and services in this area. I'm Kory Hartman. I am speaking to you from SevereStudios World Headquarters in Madison, Wisconsin. Safe as can be. We appreciate you joining us here this evening. Yeah, now, thankfully, it does look like it's not somebody that's trying to, message for help on the camera here. So that was a little bit of a concern a little bit ago. Another concern was our radar here that was not updating properly. And, ooh, I just saw a big power flash. I'm not sure if we caught that on camera or if we're just a little bit behind here, but I just saw a big power flash basically up the road toward Fort Myers Beach. Lit up the whole sky there in the background of this shot. Welcome to everyone in the chat once again here. We've got people from all over the place joining in, and we appreciate you being here. Flashing lights for sewer pumps not working. I mean, it's quite possible. It could be sewer, it could be water, it could be internet, it could be fiber, power, it could be some other municipal utility. And I think that's what the yellow light that's flashing there and the red one off on the right-hand side, I think that's what those are flashing about. Not a car, not a person, thankfully, as far as we can tell. Things are starting to get dark. The sun is going down. The tornadoes have ended, thankfully. We've got a dark scene here in Captiva, Florida, as we jump back to Florida here on our radar. And we have absolutely no data that we can pull for some reason. I have no idea what's going on with that. No idea at all what's going on, why our radar is not working, but we will get back to that in a moment. So Captiva, Florida here, and you can see that the palm trees that were uprooted have now gotten pretty close to the mucky duck there. The mucky duck in Captiva, Florida. But of course, all eyes today have been on our Fort Myers Beach camera again. That's not surprising in the least. But we are going to lose daylight here very, very soon, unfortunately. On all of these cameras. And then we're just going to have to see what we see in the morning. Lots of power flashes on our on our Venice cam, which is cam 6. So we've got Jordan Hall in Venice, Florida. We've also got our SurgeCam 6 in Venice, Florida. Can't see a whole lot, but there have been numerous power flashes here. And if I see more, I will go back to this shot here. But I do want to work on the radar situation that I've got going on. So we'll let you again listen to the sounds of the storm here as we continue to watch the water. At least 4 feet it looks like there, maybe more. 4 feet, maybe more in Fort Myers Beach. A second ago I did see more power flashes in Venice, which is not surprising, but this is really the best camera we have right now, so we'll leave it on this for just a little bit, and we'll be back with you soon. winds in St. Petersburg, Florida, in the northern eye wall are 58, gusting to 89. St. Petersburg, 58 winds with gusts to 89 miles per hour. It is 8:35 Eastern Time. Kory Hartman here from SevereStudios.com, and we have had officially landfall, of Hurricane Milton. It made landfall near Siesta Key, Florida, officially, as a Category 3 hurricane. Doppler radar indicates the center of the eye of Milton has made landfall near Siesta Key in Sarasota County. Gusts of 97 miles per hour were reported in Venice, a gust of 83 at the Skyway Fishing Pier, and a gust of 73 at the Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. So again, winds gusting almost to 100 miles per hour, some of the latest reports here of Hurricane Milton. On screen, we continue to watch the storm surge in the Fort Myers Beach area, which appears to be somewhere in the range of 4 feet, maybe a little bit higher. There has been a number of reports of higher surge in the Sarasota area, potentially upwards of 8 to 10 feet. Those are unconfirmed reports at this time based on river and tide gauges in the area. But once again, as of 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time, the Tampa National Weather Service and the National Hurricane Center has said that we're going to say that it's the Sarasota area that has received the center of landfall, Siesta Key. In fact, I don't think, there we go, Siesta Key right there. So, South Sarasota, we've still got Max Archer streaming there if you go to SevereStudios.com. In Bradenton is Freddie McKinney, and somewhere in the area of Venice is Jordan Hall. And he's got some flooding on his camera right now. Some surge in the Venice area, causing some street flooding there. So landfall has happened officially at Sarasota Beach, Florida. And once again, our radar running quite a bit behind here. I wonder if things are just overrun. There we go. There's the latest radar right there. So you can see that the center of the eye wall, or the eye, I should say, came over land about 10-15 minutes ago. People walking through the floodwater, it's not always the best idea. A little jump in the radar data there, right as it made landfall. Fifth hurricane to make landfall this year along the Gulf Coast. Made landfall with 120 mile per hour sustained winds, reports of up to 110 mile per hour winds. that is the official landfall, and we will continue to watch the surge here, watch it retreat, see what happens as we go through the overnight period. Thanks everyone for watching. We appreciate you. And for those still watching and wondering, I did end up going to Taco John's. Chicken burrito and some potato olays with a root beer. That's what I had. crazy power flashes still happening on this camera. Surprised we haven't actually lost power at this location yet. Everything else is completely dark.